Radio check. Hello and welcome. So, little fun fact about that intro song is that's actually a song that I wrote and produced. I thought I had clicked on the correct version. I did not. That was one of the older versions when I started making that song. So that it was I was very shocked when it suddenly sounded like garbage, but yeah, we just rolled through it, and I guess there you go. Shows you a little bit of the fine-tuning process and mastering and all that stuff. So yeah, that was one of the first copies of that song that I saved, to listen to it on car speakers and my phone to see if the quality was good. So, sorry you guys had to sit through that garbage version of that song. Anyway, today it is windy as F up in the Northeast and Midwest. So we are going to subject ourselves to very windy practice landings. Buffalo's not too bad right now. It's gusting like in the 20s. And then Chicago Midway, now we're getting into gusts in the 30s, maybe increasing as well. And then Minneapolis, we are dealing with wind gusts that are almost at 50 knots. So our landing in Minneapolis is going to be very, very much interesting to say the least. So I know I do this flight a lot and I wanted to stray away from it as I got Navigraph, but today, since we're dealing with really frisky weather conditions, I thought I would make it interesting and just go with the route that I know best because that's where the wind is. So we'll get into the cockpit now and we'll begin the process in just a second. I gotta check something before I start. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. Just had to check on something real quick. Cool. Alright. Now we are going to begin the process here. So let's get the battery on. Let's get the emergency lights armed. Let's get some panel lights going. We are finally flying during the day, which is exciting for me because my schedule really only allows me to stream at night. But we finally found a day stream where we have a light outside and it's not dark, so we can actually see the ground and get views. So getting those panel lights on just in case. You always want the panel lights on just in case you run into somewhere it might be dark. Cool. Now we'll go ahead and start the APU, and we're going to verify the gears down, thrust levers idle, reverser stowed, speed brake up, flaps up. Cool. Fuel cut off. We're looking good there. Excellent. And we'll get that left forward fuel pump going for the APU and watch our EGT climb and then drop until our APU generator bus becomes available. Alright, so the APU gen is available to us. Let's go ahead and get that going, and now we will begin running our flows. First off, we'll go to the upper panel here, and we will throw our IRS knobs into nav mode. Cool. We'll go to the status page on the IRS display and see how long it'll take these to align. We're looking at 7 minutes. Cool. Alright, pretty standard. Love it. Alright, let's get ourselves going here. So our standby hydraulics and flight controls are all in the closed and guarded position. Everything's looking good here. Alternate flaps are off, which is good. Yaw damper's off. We'll leave that there. Navigation is all on normal. Cool. Displays are auto and control panel is normal. Like to see it. Our left forward fuel pump is on. We're getting fuel to the APU. We'll go to the APU gen page and ensure we're getting a positive charge indication, which we are. Cool. AC amps 30. Excellent. Nice. Coming down here, our standby power is on auto and guarded. Excellent. And these are closed and guarded as well. That's good. Our generator, we're on APU gen. We don't have ground power. We're fine there. We got our panel lights on. The equipment cooling is in the normal position. That is where we want it. Emergency exit lights are armed and guarded. Our fasten seatbelt signs are coming on as the passengers begin to board the aircraft, and we will test our alert buttons for audio. Cool, we get audio from both. Love it. Window heat is going to come on here. Probe heats can stay off. The wing and engine anti-ice are off for now. The electric hydraulic pumps will remain off for now. Voice cockpit recorder, we'll give a quick test. We get a green light, good to go. Cabin pressurization is at 0, which is good because we're on the ground. Love to see it. Voice recorder, auto, excellent. Everything on the cab temperature controls is good. Love it. Packs will get on. APU bleed will get on so the passengers can be comfortable. And the duct temperature should be about 68 degrees, which it is. Nice and comfy. Excellent. Today our cruise altitude is going to be 36,000 feet. Flight level 360, so we're going to put that here. And we are going to check our landing elevation at midway, which is 620, so we'll go ahead and put 600 in the landing altitude here. Oop, way too much. There we go, 600. Excellent. Cabin pressurization, we are doing auto, so we'll leave it there. That's good. Logo lights are on. Nav lights are on. Everything else can stay off on the lights. We'll come up here. We'll test our flap lights. We got that. That's good. We're in the nav position. 5 minutes for the IRSs to align, which is good. We don't need any dome lights because it is the daytime and we can actually see for once, which I'm loving. Volume knobs are all where we want them. The engine lights up here are extinguished. Cool. The crew oxygen is above 15. Passenger oxygen is normal and guarded. We have 3 greens up here for the landing gear, which is good. Flight recorder is in the normal position and guarded. Both mock airspeed warning tests pass. Stall 1 works, and I'm assuming we're going to have to wait for 2 again. Yes, we do. Not a problem. Alright, come down to the panel over here. We're going to take a peek at the Buffalo weather. The altimeter should be relatively low. Yeah, 2966. So we're going to put that there, 2966. Excellent, 2966. Everything else is good on this side. For the autopilot, we're just going to go straight to 250 knots for our climb out speed. ATC, going to verify we're still offline. Cleveland Center is still offline, so let's just go straight to 250 knots. And then we will go straight to our cruise altitude of 36,000 feet. Excellent, and we are going to do a weather check and see which runway we are taking over at Buffalo. There we go. Okay. Alright, so the winds are 230 at 14, gust 22, so straight down runway 23, so that is the runway heading that we're going to put in is 230. 0 crosswind component at all as far as the METAR is concerned. That's good. Should be nice and easy takeoff. We'll see what happens when we get into the midway area. Excellent. Alright, so our DUs over here are in the normal position. Let's go ahead and test our autopilot, auto throttle, and FMC alerts. Looks good. We'll test all the lights. And our plane is a Christmas tree, so those work just fine. N1 and speed ref are both in auto. Fuel flow we'll leave at rate. That's fine by me. We'll stay on the engine page for engine start. Auto brake is off. Flaps are up. We have 3 greens for the landing gear. The brake pressure we will check when we turn on our hydraulic pumps. We'll test the alert annunciations on this side. Those are both good, and the DUs are in the normal position. Excellent. Alright, so it is the daytime, so this time we don't have to dim any of our screens. We're not trying to conserve any night vision. We're doing good there, so we can leave as is. We'll wait for our IRSs to align before we test the GPWS, so now we can go down to the FMC. Excellent. So FMC right here, and we're going to go position init. Our reference airport is Kilo Bravo Uniform Foxtrot, Buffalo Airport. Cool. We're going to throw that up there, but we're going to pull our coordinates from GPS left, previous page, set that as our IRS position. Cool. Go to route. And our origin is Buffalo. And I'm kind of curious because it doesn't say anything about RMP. 1 minute to align. Oh, it must be because we didn't set a destination. So let's do Kilo, Mike, Delta, Whiskey. Throw that up here. And there it is, unable RNP. Yep, because the IRSs aren't aligned. I forgot you have to put in the destination before you get that message, but that's good. 1 minute for the IRSs anyway, so it's not even going to be that long. Cool. Our flight number today is Southwest 1360. Sierra Whiskey Alpha 1360. We're going to throw that up there. Cool. So our departure today, Buffalo only has 1 departure, and it's basically radar vectors to your first point, which is fine. We're going to do the Buffalo 8 from runway 23. We're going to go to our route, activate, execute, and we'll go next page here, and we're going to go direct to pulling up the flight plan. It's going to be the Jamestown VOR, Juliet Hotel Whiskey. Juliet Hotel Whiskey, excellent. And then from Jamestown, we're going to the Delta Juliet Bravo VOR. DJB. That is correct. And then we are taking airway J60. Put that on the left side here. And J60 to Ashen. Alpha, Sierra, Hotel, Echo, November. Cool. And then from Ashen, we're going to Bagel. And Bagel... Oop. Okay, yep, we're in the Western Hemisphere here. Looks like there's another waypoint on the other side of the planet, so we want to make sure we got the correct one there, which we do. And Bagel is the beginning of our arrival, so we're going to execute that, go to our arrival page here. We're going to go Pang 5, which is our arrival. We got into the midway, and then the Bagel transition, and we're going to leave it without a runway for now until we get closer and see what the winds are doing. Make sure they don't shift on us and we have to change runways last minute. So we're looking good there. Cool. So we have our flight plan put in there. We'll go to our performance page and start throwing in some numbers there. We're going to put in our ramp weight. For the gross weight, we're not expecting to sit here too long. That's good, 145.1. Plan fuel, we're not planning on putting any more fuel into the plane, so we'll leave that blank. Zero fuel weight is indicating 128.7, which we'll double check, and that looks to be about correct. Yep, 128.7, good. Reserves, we're going to be 5.7 today for the reserves. And the cost index, I'm curious with the winds, what it has us doing. Oh, 71, it's a really high cost index. We'll throw that in since it's on our flight plan, but we may manually adjust our speeds as we get into the flight. Oops, I don't know why I put the decimal there. That doesn't exist. Cost index of 71. There we go. Flight level 360. And again, we'll watch the speeds and manually change those if we have to. Top of climb winds, we're looking at 280 at 104 knots. So 280 at 104. We are expecting high winds up at altitude as well. That's fine. Cool. We'll execute that performance and we'll go to the N1 limit, and what we're going to do is we're going to look at our EFB on the side here using the performance tool. We'll do our takeoff. We'll import Oh, you know what? I did not import our flight plan yet. Hang on a second. Request data from SimBrief. Cool. Now let's go to our performance tool. Yep, there we go. We'll import from OFP, runway 23. All the info populates, which is good. And we're going to import our data from the aircraft. Cool. Looks good. And the weather. There we go. Imported the weather. Excellent. Cool. So, we're doing runway 23. Cool. We'll calculate. Alright. So, our N1% is going to be 91.5, which sounds about right. We are just going to do the TO, the first selection here, so that's good for me. The temperature, we'll do 45 degrees Celsius. And that should give us a certain D rate. Yep, 91.5, good. And everything else looks good on that side of things. So we'll leave that there. Go to the takeoff page. Cool. And we are doing flaps 5 takeoff, correct? Just to verify real quick. Yep, flaps 5. Cool. Flaps 5. And we'll verify that the V-speeds match. 139, 141, and 146. They do. Cool. We'll paste those in there. That's good. And then we'll upload our CG trim. And we're looking at a trim value of 4.59. So let's do 4.5 on the trim value. Maybe a little bit on the lower side. There you go. Cool. And now that we have our takeoff information, we are good there. And we have our route, we have our performance, and everything is looking good. So let's go to the throttle quadrant here, just test our fault systems. We have fault detection, that's good. Alright, bells and lights for overheat and fire. Fire extinguishers we'll test, that looks good. Cool. Go down to our radio stack here. We are on the frequencies we want to be for now. That will change. We'll tune into Buffalo CTAP in just a second. So the radio left side looks good. We're going to test the cargo fire. Cool. Everything looks good, and the fire extinguishers are indicating green. Excellent. We do have a squawk code from Auto ATC, which we will throw in 0702. So 02. Alright, 0702. Good. And that's nav1. Cool. Alright, so we're going to go to TARA on our transponder, and we're going to verify that the IRSs are in fact aligned, which they are, so now we'll run a TCAS test. Alright, we get the bars on the attitude. We get blips and traffic. Alright, the test passes. That's good. Let's go way up overhead. Stall warning test 2 works. That's good. And we'll do GPWS.
Glide slope. Pull up. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Terrain. Terrain. Pull up. Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Cool. So everything is looking good right there. We have GPWS, TCAS as test. Cool. Alright. We'll assume that passengers are loaded, and we will get ourselves ready for pushback. Yaw damper, again, can stay off for now. Everything's looking good here. We will turn our fuel pumps on. Let's see if we have anything in the center tank. We do not. That's indicating 0, so the center pumps will stay off. We'll go over to the Gen 1 switch for when we switch to engine generation and make sure we have positive charge for electricity in the aircraft. Fasten seatbelt signs are on. Cool. Probe heats and anti-ice will stay off for now, but we will get the hydraulics going so we can do a flight control test once the engines are started. Cool. Packs are going to be off for engine start, and APU bleed can stay on because we will need that, and the beacon is coming on. Cool. And I'm just going to continue to use the FMC for ground services because the EFB is just really slow. And sometimes you have to click it 3 times to get it to do anything. So we're just going to use this to close our door, and then also use this to get rid of the jet bridge, which We're looking now, and it should pull away. Yep, good. Alright, neato. So we're going to runway 23, so we want our nose to go to the left. We're going to just quick look around and verify that we're not going to run into anyone on our pushback, and we are not, so we're good there. Cool. So let's go to the FMC and get our pushback going, shall we? Pushback, standard L, nose to the left, and 90 degrees is just fine by me, and we will select a tug. And once again, I forgot to set the parking brake when I loaded the plane in. I don't know why, I just can't do that as soon as I load in. It still keeps slipping my mind. Alright, and we'll start our pushback.
Go ahead. We've been cleared for pushback at start. They want the tail to our right.
Clear our master cautions.
Copy that. Ready to push. Tail to the right. Parking brakes released, please.
Brakes released.
Brakes released. Brakes released. Here we go.
For a second, I thought that was about to not work. That took a while, but it did, so we're good. Alright, we're going to give ourselves a little bit of space before we begin our engine start. Alright, and I think that's plenty space enough. We are clear behind and can begin. Alright, so engine number 2, ignition's going to ground. We'll watch the N2 climb, which it is rising. Alright, 25% N2, introducing fuel.
Pushback complete. Parking brake, please.
Brake set.
Brake set.
Okay, and we're going to have Buffalo CTAF in our active now that we are pushed back, and this sim can't auto switch us to ATIS.
Right. Have a good flight.
And 120.5 is Buffalo CTAF. Alright, that is active, as confirmed right here. Cool. Alright, our oil pressure is up, our oil temp is up, and both are in the white, no reds. That's good. We'll look at down here, so oil quantity is just fine, everything's good there, and our EGT is also in normal range. We have a good engine start on engine 2, so let's go up and let's begin engine 1, ignition to ground, and we will watch the N2 climb. And 25% N2, introduce fuel, and we will monitor the gauges as they go. Oil pressure is rising. Oil temp is also rising. Everything's in the normal range. Alright, everything's in the normal range, and we'll check our EGT. EGT is looking good. We have a severe turbulence report just west of Detroit. It's pretty low at 1300 by a Cessna 172, but the winds are not improving. They are still going pretty crazy throughout the entire path of our flight, so we'll monitor that closely. And winds are still gusting in the 40s over in the Minneapolis area, so we are in for a ride, that's for sure. Alright, So we have 2 stable engine starts. Everything's looking good there. So let's go to the overhead panel and do our flows one more time. We got yaw damper on. Make sure that that light extinguishes, which it does. Cool. Fuel pumps are on. Engine gens will turn on and check for positive charge, which we have. Cool. 0, that's what you want to see. Don't want to indicate a discharge at all. And then we got fasten seatbelt signs on. Probe heats are coming on. What temperature is it? We are +2 Celsius, so let's keep engine anti-ice off for now. Hydraulic pumps are on, that's good. Packs can go back to auto, and isol valve to auto, and APU bleed is coming off. Cool. Alright, and we have a normal duct pressure, or not pressure, duct temperature indication, so the passenger should be comfortable once again. We're going to verify that everything up here looks good. Cool. Alright, come down here, turn our flight directors on before taxi. We're going to get auto brake to RTO, flaps to 5. And while we're waiting for those flaps to set, we will do a flight control check. Alright, right aileron and spoiler up, left aileron down. Left aileron and spoiler up, right aileron down. Cool. Elevator full forward. Good. Full back. Good. Rudder full right. And full left. Alright, flight controls are free and correct. Alright, I like to see it. We'll go back to the engine page now. And we are flaps 5. We're looking very set for takeoff. Everything is configured properly. Let's get off of the parking brake, and I will hold the brakes for now. We will turn on the taxi light, and we are ready to taxi. Alright, and APU is coming off, of course. Almost forgot that big piece of information right there. Alright. Buffalo traffic, Southwest 1360 is at the terminal. We'll be taking Alpha to runway 23, Buffalo. Alright, let's get her moving. Alright, and we're gonna clear our runway crossing early just to make sure no one's gonna be in the way here. They're not. Cool. Landing lights and turn off lights are all coming on, and strobes are coming on as well. Buffalo traffic, Southwest 1360, crossing runway 321 Alpha, Buffalo. And we'll cross it nice and quickly so we don't take too long and make someone go around, which no one's in the area, but just in case. Alright, we're across the runway. Landing lights, turn off lights are all coming off, and strobes as well. Buffalo traffic, Southwest 1360, clear of runway 32, taking Alpha to runway 23, Buffalo. Alright. And we're rolling down Alpha here, and we are on our way to being wheels up. Excellent. All right. All right, so still no ATC in the area, which is just fine. And pay attention to taxiing so I can be on that center line. And it is looking like the winds are still pretty much straight down the runway, so very minimal crosswind. We may have a slight crosswind from the left side as we roll out. That shouldn't be anything too powerful or detrimental, if you will. I really like how there's a little bit of snow on the ground, but not a lot because it is actively melting in the area. That's really just kind of cool how detailed, you know, scenery components of the sim are. It's pretty neat, not gonna lie. It's probably what it looks like in real life. Alright, so we're going to turn our landing lights and turn off lights back on again, and we're going to verify that no one is taking off or landing, which they are not. Clear right. Can barely see left, but we're going to take the runway. Buffalo traffic southwest 1360 is taking runway 23 departing westbound Buffalo. Cool. Alright, let's get lined up, and we will be ready for takeoff. And we'll bring our engines up to 40%. And engines are stable. Toga.
Airspeed's live. Knots.
Cross check.
Rotate E2.
Alright, rotate.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. Alright, and that's about 1,000 feet, so we're going to pitch down to 15 degrees nose up, and then we will raise our flaps on schedule. And we'll do heading mode for now. Level change for now as well. Auto throttle will turn on. Alright, and we'll pitch down a little more. We'll go flaps 1. And since the gear is up, we'll do off. And let's go ahead and flip on our autopilot. And we're going to go direct the Jamestown VOR at this time, and we will switch over to LNAV. Excellent. And we're turning towards Jamestown, and now our speed is picking up. Alright, flaps are up. Gear lever, if I could speak, is in the off position. Cool. Alright, and we will go ahead and throw on VNAV mode. And the aircraft is capturing 250 knots, which is good. And gonna do a heading sync, and then I'm going to check the climb speed in the FMC to see what it has us going. So 0.813 in the climb. That is not very good. So yeah, that's aggressively fast. We're going to overspeed the aircraft. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go 300 knots. And then when we're in the flight levels, we're going to climb at 0.75. And we'll execute that climb rate as well. And then we're going to go to the cruise page, and yeah, it has us at 0.81. Let's do 0.79er and see how that takes us, because I feel like 0.81 is going to be right on the overspeed line, or our VNE, and we don't want to do that. So to be on the side of caution, let's not overspeed the aircraft, especially since we may be dealing with turbulent conditions given the winds along this route of flight. And the more we climb, the winds are rapidly starting to increase, so our wind correction angle is very rapidly running away from the heading sync, which is good indication of how this ride might go. And we're above 10,000 feet. So the landing lights are coming off, runway turn-off lights are off, taxi light off, and yep, we're good there. And we'll advise the flight attendants we're above 10,000. Lost track of that for a hot second. Excuse me. And the wind direction and speed are kind of changing all over the place around here, so we'll just leave the heading sync where it is for now, and then if something were to happen, we may just have to adjust it accordingly, if it were to happen. Yeah, Mach 0.81 on the climb is super aggressive, and given the potential for bad turbulence, I would rather not go that fast. I really do like the cloud structures around here, though. That's just honestly so cool to me. There's one thing that Microsoft Flight Sim definitely got right, was the way they did clouds. Alright, we are above 18,000 feet, so altimeters are going to standard. And we'll zoom out on the MFD a little bit. Get a little more of our flight plan in view. And we are far enough from the airport where we can go to our en route Unicom frequency, which is 122.8. .8 is set. And now we're monitoring all of our gauges in the climb. We do have brake pressure, which I always forget to check after I turn on the hydraulic pumps. I'll try and add that to my flow. All of our engine gauges are looking normal. Nothing's in the red. We're good there. And these clouds really are beautiful. And the winds are starting to howl as we climb higher and higher. We're now at 83 knots. Looking at a direct crosswind, which is about to turn into almost a direct headwind, and it will slow us down a little bit, but Alright, it seems like we're going to be in and out of clouds, so just for the time being, I'm going to throw engine ignition into continuous, and we're going to get the engine anti-ice on. They light up, and they dim, so there we go. And then once we get ourselves clear of these clouds that we are in and out of, we will turn those back off. One thing I did realize... There we go. I just realized I had the wrong flight number in the overlay. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Alright, now for a heading sync. And we are very close to being in the triple digits on the wind speed. Looking at 94 knots right now, and climbing. Coming up on 30,000 feet. We are getting close to cruise. And out of curiosity, just trying to see where our time and route is. So 1 hour and 31 minutes, because we are fighting quite the headwind on our way there. That's not too shabby. We can deal with that just fine. Ooh, 113 knots. I wonder if those winds start dying back down when you pass this altitude. It's possible that it's strongest here. Yeah, 113 to 112. Maybe it is going back down. That between 30 and 34,000 there might be the strongest winds, and then once you get above that altitude it starts dipping back down again. Alright, and it looks like we're getting above the clouds, and our total air temperature is negative 32 degrees Celsius, so I'm not too worried about engine icing anymore. So the engine anti-ice can come off. Good, lights extinguish, and our engine ignitions will go to normal again. Cool. $1,000 to go. Out of curiosity, I'm wondering if this works at all. Not 100% sure how to use the weather displays here. Not picking up on the weather at all. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to use this weather radar panel at all. That's unfortunate. Oh well. We don't really have any weather to display on our screen anyway, so we'll just leave it. Alright, so our cruise speed is Mach 0.79er, and it looks like it keeps us a relatively safe distance from our VNE, never exceed speed. We will watch that closely. And just monitoring the air. The wind speed is rather high, but we are not experiencing any gusts. We're not experiencing all too many bumps or anything, no rough air. So for now, since we are in cruise, we'll take the fasten seatbelt signs off, and then from there we'll just monitor how the air is doing, and if we have to get everyone seated again and, you know, fastened in, we will. Alright. Alright, so we are at cruise. We're going to kick back, we're going to relax and enjoy the view, and we should be at Chicago Midway in roughly an hour. Alright. And it looks like we have a direct headwind straight ahead at 97 knots. Wind correction angle is 0, but we are getting slowed down, that's for sure. But top of descent is coming relatively shortly, so we'll be expecting that. Alright, so now that we're getting close to our top of descent, we're going to start looking at our arrivals and our options here. So the first thing I want to do is grab the weather at midway. Currently the winds are 270 at 18, gust 30. So that is kind of putting us between runways. So let's go to the airport info and just double check our runways available to us here. We have either 22 left or 31 center. It's going to be one of those two. Do a little bit of math to determine which runway is going to be in our favor here. So we got 270, which is going to be 40 degrees from 31 center, and it's going to be 50 degrees from 22 left. So we're definitely going to take the lesser of the crosswind. It's only 10 degrees, but you want to be on the safer side, so we're going to take runway 31 center. So we will do the ILS for 31 center, check our arrival here, see if it changes anything for our arrival. 31 center, the last point is looking like hills, which is right here. So hills may be the beginning to an approach. Let's double check here. We're going to 31 center, ILS localizer 31 center. Yep, hills is the beginning of the ILS to runway 31 center, so that's actually kind of unique. It doesn't often work out like that, but that's what we're going to do. So let's go to our arrival page here, midway arrival. We are on the Pang 5. We're doing the ILS 31 center, and let's just verify we're doing the bagel transition if I could speak. All right, we're going to go to legs here, and we are currently direct Maisie. That's good. All right, cool. So we're going to pull bagel up here after Ashen. Look at that, and execute. And our flight plan is looking the same. Good. So 3-1 center. Excellent. So let's go ahead and set up for the approach since we have the opportunity to do so and we're still in cruise. All right, so the localizer frequency is 109.9er, so we're going to get that in both of our nav radios, 09.9er. And 09.9er. All right, nav 1 and 2 are looking that way. Oops, that was the wrong button. Cool. All right, so just to verify, 109.9er, 109.9er. Cool. The approach course is 318. So we're going to put that on both sides of the autopilot. 318. Oop, too much. Cool. 318. And 318. Cool. All right, next thing, we're looking at 1,700 feet is our minimums at Hobel. Oh, so we're crossing Hobel at 1,700 feet, and then our minimums are 863. So let's go ahead and put that in there, 863, and that is barometric. Now we'll just let that run up for a little bit. Cool, 863. We're going to zoom in a little bit on the MFD. Cool. So 863 is our minimums. That's good. Airport elevation 620. The touchdown zone elevation is 613. Cool. For the missed approach, we're going to climb to 1,100, and then after 1,100, we'll make a climbing left turn to 2,100 on a heading of 150, and then we'll intercept the inbound radial 001 until crossing the, I'm not even going to attempt to say that waypoint name, IGC or something, and then we're going to climb to 2,600 after we cross that that intersection, and then we're going to hold on the Echo Oscar November VOR, and that will be a direct entry, it looks like. Cool, yep, direct entry, and we'll be holding on the north side of that. Excellent. So we're holding north. All right, so the MSAs we're looking at is 2,800, which is just fine because we are going to, the beginning is hills, and we're going to be at 5,000 at that point, and then we will be on course, and we will just be able to follow the prescribed altitudes down. So 5,000 at hills, 4,000 Gleam, 2,500 at Runts, then down to 1,700 at Hobel, and we will follow the glide slope down. Cool. This is the ILS. We're just making sure. Yep, cool. Alright, and everything's looking good for visibility and ceilings. We're not looking at anything that should make us go missed. 10 miles of visibility, broken at 14,000. So we have clear skies. It is super windy, so I don't imagine any layers being able to stick low to the ground. So that's fine right there. Cool. And then we got that, and we're just going to find our gates real quick. And we're going to gate Bravo 14, I believe. I'm just going to double check that one. Yep, Bravo 14. That is exactly where we're going. And Bravo 14 is on this side. Okay, so we're going to get off a 3-1 center somewhere over here, and then we're going to wind up on Bravo 14. Cool. Auto ATC is trying to have me descend and maintain flight level 300. We're just going to use our VNAV since ATC is not currently online. Alright, our top of descent is coming up in about 50-ish miles, so we'll stay at our cruise altitude for now, but as soon as that starts getting closer we will begin our descent, because we're coming from Bagel, and then we're going to want to be at 10,000 by Awesome, and so yeah, we're going to want to descend before Bagel, which it looks like it's doing, so that's fine. And then after Awesome, we're going to be at 6,000 for Haley, and then we want 240 knots at Hills, and we're going to slow down rather rapidly as we start getting on the ILS to runway 31 center. Okay. So everything is briefed. Now we're just going to do our landing en route. Cool. So Chicago Midway, we're doing runway 31 center. We'll input that information there. Flaps Contour. We'll import the aircraft details. Good. Everything matches. I like it. And we'll import the weather at Midway, which is looking good. We'll go ahead and calculate that. Oop. Predicted required landing distance exceeds available landing distance. That is very strange. I wonder why. So that's the weight of our aircraft right now. VREF at 5, flaps 30. Let's try this one more time. Oh, okay. So the required landing distance is 54.71 and we have 58.23. Okay, yeah. So I'm not 100% sure why the first time it told us that exceeded the... We didn't have enough runway, but we are good now, so we're just going to roll with it. We're going to make sure that we land on our point and stop very quickly. We are going to do a flaps 30. I almost wonder... Might be worth it to do a flaps 40. Let's find out. Okay, yep, so let's go ahead and do a flaps 40 landing. Since 5,000 feet is what we need, it gives us a little bit of safety buffer for after we touch down to stop on time. We're going to go to our index, the approach. Let's verify. The VREF is 143. So, yeah, VREF plus 5, plus 4, or whatever. So we're going to do a flaps 40, and our VREF is going to be 143. And since it is windy, we're going to probably add on a couple of knots to that. Our gust factor, if we go back to the weather, we have a gust factor of 12 knots, so cut that in half plus 6. So we're probably looking at about 150 on our final approach speed, and then we'll make sure we're 143 at before we touch down when we're over the numbers. Cool. So that looks good to me, and now we will just wait to descend a little bit and then begin our arrival into Midway. Hey, Toasty's on. What's going on? Oh, that was 10 minutes ago. Oh, my goodness. Sorry I missed your chat, dude. I was preparing for the arrival. Alright, so we do want 5,000 by the time we reach hills, so I'm going to descend when our top of descent is 20 miles out. So actually, let's go to the overhead panel here. We'll throw that fast seatbelt sign on to alert to the beginning of a descent, and we'll go down to 5,000 here. So we want 5,000 by hills. Cool. And we'll go to our descent page and be ready to let VNav bring us down to where we need to be. Right, and that's about 20 miles to the top of descent, so we'll descend a little bit early so this aircraft can slow down enough by 10,000 feet. So out of curiosity, Auto ATC is saying Chicago Center advises cross 25 nautical miles east of Peng at and maintain flight level 240. No separation services provided. So it wants us at flight level 240 at about 20 miles, 25 nautical miles from before crossing Peng. Which is roughly where we should be anyway. We might not be at flight level 240 on the dot, but our VNAV profile is bringing us in. Yeah, we should be good to go as far as our descent profile. And I'm going to check the descent speed just to make sure. Yep, 279, 320. That is fine with me. It's a decent descent speed. It does look like we're going to be going through some clouds, and our total air temperature is starting to increase, so icing may be of risk. So let's get our engine ignitions into continuous. Let's get engine anti-ice on. They light up, they extinguish. Our anti-ice is working. Cool. And real quick, we're just going to refresh the weather. Alright, so we're looking at 280, 22, gust 34. So yeah, the wind is definitely favoring more runway 31, so we're going to stick to it. The altimeter is 2944, so that's relatively low on the pressure. So we'll get 2944 ready for us for when we get below 18,000. Nope, that's way too low. 2944, there we go. Altimeter is set. And we are looking pretty good so far. We're going to keep on monitoring as we get lower. Alright, get back to our charts. And we'll keep on watching here. Alright, so looking up the CTAF for Chicago Midway, it looks like the CTAF frequency is 135.2. 135.20. 200. So we'll get that on standby, and as we get closer, we will switch over. And then it does look like Chicago Midway has ground online, which frequency is 118.075. So we'll make sure when we switch over to CTAF that we get the ground frequency on standby so we can talk to ground and park at our gate. And we're below 18,000, so the altimeters will come out of standard, 2944, and would you look at that? Major pressure difference, so the altitude just kind of shot down. We are definitely lower than what we were indicating initially. That right there is why altimeter setting is extremely important. Alright, so we are coming up on 10,000 feet, so the landing lights are coming on, the runway turn-off lights are also coming on. We will double check to see, we're positive 6 degrees Celsius on the total air temperature, so we will take our engine anti-ice off, and ignition switches can go to off as well. Alright, so this aircraft is doing a decent job at slowing down to 250. That's good. We're going to reduce the range on the MFD to get a closer picture as to where we are. Double check no ATC signed off. Actually, they did. Cool. They're signed on. So now Midway has ground and tower online. So 135.2 is loaded. That's good. Ground 118.075. That's fine. Okay. Nice. So we're going to get a little ATC as we're coming into this airport, which is pretty cool. It's not often I get to experience that, since the only time I can typically stream is late at night, and, well, people like to sleep, so. Alright. So we're really doing a good job on this arrival. Everything is where it should be. We're expecting... we're going to be at 10,000 for awesome, which we are currently. That's good. And then 6,000 by Haley, which is this waypoint up here. And we should have a very easy time doing that. That shouldn't be all too bad. And then we want to be 5,000 at hills and at 240 knots. And then we will rapidly slow down to get on the approach. So let's go ahead and load the approach plate. Have that ready to go. And then we'll have our airport diagram on standby here, ready to click. So when we clear the runway, we can taxi back to the gate and have our taxi instructions. Don't want to cause any runway incursions like what had recently taken place at this very airport. Cool, so we're below 250 knots. The aircraft did a really good job at slowing down. We passed awesome, and we're going to be descending down to 6,000. And we're going to be at 240 knots all the way down, which I like because that'll ensure we meet our speed restriction by the time we get to hills. And we'll advise final descent. And everything else is looking good up top. Cool. Alright, and I'm going to double check for any en-route traffic coming into the airport, which we don't have any. So we're looking good there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to the tower frequency right now, and I'm going to have the ground frequency on standby 118.075. Oh, 075, not 75. Okay. So we're on 135.2, which is Midway Tower, and ground is on standby. Cool. So we are double checking our ILS frequencies now. 109.9er, which we got on both sides. The approach course is set on both sides. Good. And we do have our minimum set and our VREF. Excellent. We're ahead of the airplane and can take ourselves in. Alright. So we're going to be coming across Gary, Indiana. And a funny story about Gary, Indiana is I was on this very flight back in 2023, I believe it was, and we were passing by Gary, and someone to the south of our aircraft shot me with a laser. Well, not me, us, the whole airliner. Someone shot the airliner with a green laser, and yeah, when they say that that stuff can blind you, it's no joke. Very bright, very dangerous, and, you know, there's a reason that it's a felony. And I just remember staring out that window. I was on the left side of the aircraft, so I was facing south, and just, it happened just like that, just green, and it hurt. So, you know, just in case the flight crew missed it, I wound up timing the point we got lasered to the point that we touched down on the ground, but I had reported it up to the flight deck, and they already knew about it, and they already knew where it was. So that's really good, and hopefully they found the guy. Well, the guy was at it again the next day. I had a friend who was flying in the area himself the day after I landed in Midway, and the guy was doing it again. So I just really hope that he got caught and doesn't laser any more aircraft, because it's just not cool. It's extremely dangerous. And it was this very flight. Do not shine lasers at aircraft. You are a terrible person if you do. We're going to go to our legs page. It looks like we have a discontinuity that I missed, so we're just going to get rid of that real quick. Cool. And now we have a straight path to the ILS 31 center. Cool. I don't know how I missed that, but must have been when I reloaded this arrival with the runway, and yeah. And it does seem like we're getting a little bit of turbulence here. The plane is kind of shaking just a little bit, nothing too crazy, but the wind is having an effect. It's going to be really interesting coming into this airport. How many knots of gust factor do we have now? Did that change? Nope, it's still about a 12 knot gust factor, so we're going to come in at 150 just to give ourselves that extra speed so we don't encounter any airspeed loss short of the runway. We don't want to drop down and smack the runway. That wouldn't be very good. Alright, so we're about 40 miles from Midway, maybe a little bit less, so we're looking at about roughly 10 minutes or so until we touch down at the airfield and get to our gate. Alright, so it looks like we're getting closer and closer to turning inbound. Excuse me. And the wondrous Lake Michigan over here. Nice view of that lake as well. Never really get sick of flying. The views are great. The procedures and the processes are fun. It's something I'll never get tired of. Alright, so we're chilling here at about 6,000 feet, and once we cross over the Hayden waypoint, we're going to descend down to 5,000 for hills, and then from there, the aircraft should be able to intercept the localizer and glide slope, ideally. We're going to double check by reducing the zoom on the MFD, and if it's within 10 miles, I am comfortable with intercepting the glide slope there. If not, we will descend down to 2,500 by the time we get to Runts, and then we will intercept the glide slope there. And this is a good time to pull up for flight on my iPad and get the scratch pad going so I can copy down taxi instructions. All right. Okay, coming up on 5,000 feet, we're still going 240 knots, which is perfect for the arrival. I'm a little worried we won't be quite within 10 miles from the runway, so I am going to decrease the altitude on the autopilot to 2,500. Therefore, we can intercept the glide slope by the time we get to Runts. Does look like we're picking up the localizer signal based off of this white diamond right here, which is fine, but we do not have a glide slope indication quite yet, so we will descend down to 2,500 and then likely intercept that glide slope at Runts. Oh, actually, I'm picking up a glide slope right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to arm the approach, and Command B is going to come on as well. Oh. Alright, and we do have the glide slope, and let's go ahead and reduce our speed to 200 knots so we can start dropping flaps. And we may have to introduce a little bit of drag to get us to slow down, which is fine. And we are on the tower frequency, so we will call once we are about 10 miles out. Alright, landing gear extend below 270. So we can actually drop the landing gear right now. We are within our speed restriction. We'll stow away the speed brakes. We'll go flaps 5. Alright, so we got 3 greens on the gear down here, 3 greens on the gear up here, down and locked. Let's get that speed brake armed. Cool. It is armed. And auto brakes are going to 3. We want as much braking as possible. We are landing on a short runway. And we're 10 miles out. Let's call tower. Midway Tower, good afternoon. Southwest 1360, inbound ILS 31 center.
Southwest 1360 Tower, we're at side 2 to left, but we got enough traffic, runway 31 center to win.
Oh, yeah. Alright, 31 center cleared to land, and if you need, I can circle to 22 left.
Would you like to?
You know what? Let's give it a shot.
Alright, Southwest 1360, runway 22 left, to land, circle land, runway 31 center, 222 left.
All right, cleared ILS 31 center, circle 22 left for Southwest 1360. We'll see how it goes. All right, so we're going to circle to runway 22 left. So we're inbound ILS 31 center. So this is a really interesting change that we have endured right here, and I'm kind of excited for this. So I'm going to be taking this flight over by hand very shortly, and we're going to circle around to 22 left. So let's get this airport diagram going. So we're on ILS 31 center right here, but when we're roughly about 1 to 2 miles away from the airport, we're going to wrap around and we're going to circle to runway 22 left. And this is going to be a lot of fun for me. I like that. So we're going to go flaps 15. We're going to reduce our speed down to 160. Zoom in on the MFD just a little bit. So that way when we get a couple miles out, we can circle to 22 left. And so our circling minimums for this approach, I actually should have checked that first. Our circling minimums, we are a Category D aircraft, so we're looking at about 1340 to circle. So when we are 1340 on the ILS approach, we'll go ahead and make our turn. We'll hold that altitude and circle for 22 left. All right. And we'll go 155, flaps 25. And that's a rather fast descent rate for an ILS. All right, I'm going to take over by hand. Auto throttle is coming off. We're going to try and keep our speed, and we'll hold this altitude for now. And throttle up to keep our speed. And we're going to keep visual of the runway. And we'll do flaps 30. And increase our throttles to maintain our airspeed. And Midway Tower, Southwest 1360, just confirm cleared to land, 22 left.
Yeah, runway 22 left, clear to land, winds 28022, gusting Shreveport.
22 left, cleared to land, Southwest 1360. Alright, so we're circling 22 left. I do have 22 left in sight. And we're looking very good on this path right here. And we're just going to keep it. We're going to keep a nice slow turn. We don't want to overshoot or undershoot, because this is a 737. It's very unforgiving if you don't line up correctly. And we're going to keep it about 150 just to make sure we don't lose any airspeed. Okay, we're lining up now. We are going to overshoot just a hair. All right, let's do this. Okay, crosswind coming in from the right side. Yep, we're dropping down quite a bit. All right, we're a little high. So we're going to drop down just a little bit, but we don't want to go too fast. There we go, and we're continuing. And it is coming from the right side quite a bit, but we're looking pretty good on that center line.
50, 30,
all right.
20, 10.
Okay, drop down. Oh, that's a floater. Let's get this plane down. Okay, full right aileron. thrust reversers. Okay, 2 in reverse. Auto brakes are working. And we have that wind correction in. All right, cool.
South of 36, correction, south of 1360, welcome to Meadow. You can exit left turn to Yankee, contact ground 1807. See ya.
All right, left on Yankee and contact ground, southwest 1360. See ya. Hope that circle was good enough for you.
That was awesome, thanks.
All right, so we're going pretty quick here. And we're turning left on Yankee. Confirmed. Oh, didn't want to stop on the runway. That was an accident. A lot going on here to do at one time. Make sure the speed brakes are stowed away, which they are. We'll go ahead and put our flaps up. Cool. Excellent. Love it. All right. Flaps are up, and we'll go ahead and start the APU, and we are clear of the runway, so taxi lights on, landing lights and runway turnoffs are coming off, and strobe lights are coming off as well, and we'll start the APU. Cool. Midway ground, southwest 1360, clear of 22 left on Yankee, taxi to gate Bravo 1414.
Southwest 1360, midway ground, taxi via Yankee. Cross runway 31 left and 31 center.
Alright, taxi via Yankee, cross 31 left and 31 center, southwest 1360. Okay, so we're going to make the left turn here, because the left turn is Yankee. Cool, and our throttles are still obnoxiously high, I just realized that now. Oop. Don't want to taxi too fast. This is southwest, so technically we should for the realism aspect, but we're not going to. So we're crossing 2 runways, so the landing lights are coming back on, and so are the runway turnoffs and the strobes. We're clear right, we're clear left, cool. Alright, and we're going to clear it again one more time. Clear right, clear left, and down there is where that private jet shot across the runway and forced to go around. Funny enough, at the airport I work at, I have fueled that private jet before, so that's really, really fun. And then this is a taxiway. It is not a runway any longer, so we're good not to cross that there. 3-1 right technically doesn't exist at the moment. Cool. Alright, we're across the runway. Landing lights and turnoffs are coming off. Cool. We'll turn the yaw damper off as well. And we will get the probe heats off as well, and APU bleed will turn on in a minute. And then we're actually going to make the right turn on Tango because our gate is Bravo 14. We'll clear the master caution. Alright, so that was the first time I ever did a circle to land in the 737, and I did that completely by hand. It was, the circle itself was really good. The landing was a little bit on the rougher side, but you know what? For a first time, I will say, I am not too disappointed with that, honestly. The landing definitely could have been a lot better. The wind didn't help at all, by any means, but it turned out to be quite alright. And again, we're going to Bravo 14, so we will take a note of the parking spots here, see how many gates in that is, and that is going to be about 4 gates from the innermost spot here. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so we're coming up on it on our left side here, so we'll steer to the right. This gate right here is where we want to park. And for once, the gate that I planned on going to is not taken by AI traffic. I love it. Cool. So let's go on the outside. And let's start turning in. And the reason that I go to the outside view is because I don't have GSX. I don't have anything that'll, you know, stop me or direct me from the inside of the cockpit. And you know what, we can turn the taxi light off since we are coming up to the gate. Cool, we'll do that. increase the throttles just a little bit so we can actually move. Kind of overshot that turn just a little bit. Not terribly, but... Okay. Just gonna correct a little bit and let's follow the line now. And we'll throttles to idle. And we'll stop. Don't want to get too close because we don't want the jet bridge going into our plane. Nope, okay. That was a little faster than I was intending, which is fine. We'll just throttle back up and move. Alright. I like that. That's good enough for me. The jet bridge is sticking way out, so let's go ahead and set the parking brake. We'll go ahead and cut the engine power. We'll flip to our APU gen and make sure we get a positive charge there, which we get. Cool. APU bleed is coming on. Packs can stay on. The ISOL valve goes to open. Excellent. Let's get our fuel pumps off except for the left forward. The beacon's coming off because we are underneath 20% N1. Good. And the hydraulic pumps can come off for now, and we are just about in a turnaround state. Alright, and the fasten seatbelt signs are off. Let's go ahead and get the jet bridge pulled up to the aircraft. I meant to go to ground options. There we go. FS actions. There it is. Alright, let's get some chocks set for ourselves, and we will get the jet bridge to the aircraft. Alright, the jet bridge is hooked up and we can get that door open. Alright, the door is open and we are set for a turnaround state. Alright, cool. Alright, so welcome to Chicago Midway. Alright, so... that was a pretty good flight. The takeoff was just fine. We managed our speed, our autopilot, all that stuff really, really well coming out of Buffalo. Nothing went wrong there. The arrival was great. The approach was great. And then we got the surprise instruction to circle to 2-2 left. You know, he gave us 3-1 center cleared to land initially, but then I kind of wanted to see how my skills were with the 737 and if I could pull off the whole circle to land thing, and so I accepted it, and it turned out to be really good. The only thing was the wind was really starting to kind of screw with our alignment with the runway. It was pushing us off to the left. I was doing so well when I got lined up with 2-2 left, but then at the very, very end, the winds kind of changed a little bit and I started drifting to the left. So we did touch down left of center line. My flare at the very, very end was a little bit aggressive, so I did climb again. So we did kind of have to drop it back down a little bit, but, you know, we were within the touchdown zone. It was a legal landing. Center line definitely is going to need improvement, but you know what? For my first circle to land in a 737 and being in that type of wind condition, I'd say it was pretty good. Definitely can improve, but beginner, not too bad. So anyway, we're going to get this aircraft ready to turn around to Minneapolis. I do have to take a brief bathroom break, and we'll get the plane set up for our leg to Minneapolis, and we will continue from there. Stay tuned. Alright, and we are back. So, landing at Midway, and now we are turning from Midway to Minneapolis. I totally just realized I forgot to change a lot of stuff. Oh, I put MSP in the arrival for the first flight. I totally missed out on that. Alright, southwest 1141. Our cruise altitude is 30,000 feet. Alright, cool. So, forgot to change a couple of things before I came back, but that's okay. Alright, cool. So, just double checking we're all set. Yes, we are. Excellent. Alright. So, Southwest Air Flight 1141 back up to Minneapolis. And Minneapolis is a windy one, so we're going to definitely get ready for that. So now we're just going to verify that everything up here looks good. Just exactly how it was. We're looking good there. We are in a turnaround state, so it's not going to take us all that long to get back to, you know, a state to push back. I'm just going to give everything a test, mock airspeed and a stall warning. Cool, checking all that. Everything is still closed and guarded. Passenger oxygen. The crew oxygen's above 15. Good. Lights extinguished. Cool. 3 greens for the landing gear. Love to see it. Yaw dampers off. Everything looks like it's in the preload state. Good.
1441, runway 22 left,
Alright, and we're looking pretty good there. And we'll go to...
1441, you able to negative on that A350?
I do see the 350 for Southwest 1441.
Second?
Yeah, we can get her.
An A350 at Midway. That's interesting. Okay. Weird. Alright, so we're going to look at our departure here.
That's the 1480 heavy con?
Okay.
Stand by.
Alright, so an A3.
1441, contact tower on 135.2, see ya.
Okay.
35.2.
That's a 1480, clearance available, advise ready, copy.
Accelerate to 250 knots immediately upon entering or outside the ladder
That's
confines. Cool.
1480, clear to Minneapolis St. Paul Airport via
So we
Midway
want
7
to go
departure, radar
right
vector
to...
Pumpkin, then as filed, maintain 3000, expect flight level 34010 minutes after. Departure frequency is offline, squawk 2256.
Okay, so that's the clearance we're probably going to get. Cool. So we're going to look at the speed 250 knots immediately, and then we're maintaining 250 knots until advised by ATC. So we're not going to screw this up the same way that I did when I departed out of Chicago in the CRJ. We're going to maintain 250 even above 10,000. So
call for push, expect runway 22 left for departure.
everything else is good. We're just going to get radar vectors to Pumpkin, which is the first waypoint on our flight plan, which is fine by me. Cool. I like it. So 250 knots right away. They are using runway 22 left, so we're going to put 220 in our heading bug for runway heading. Oh, excuse me. Oh, man, okay. 220. And then we will get a clearance from ATC to know what our altitudes are going to be and everything. Cool. And... yep, leave it there for now, and then we'll go over here, and we're going to start our flight plan. We already have an IRS position since we are in a turnaround state. We flew in here, so Kilo Mike Delta Whiskey, Midway is our origin now, and then we're going to Kilo Mike Sierra Papa, Minneapolis St. Paul. Our flight number is now Southwest 1141. We'll throw that in there. Cool. And that's good right there. That's our route page. We'll go to Innet Ref. We'll put some performance information in here. And we are doing gross weight. The ramp weight I'm looking for it is 144.1. Looks good. Planned fuel. We're not putting in any fuel. I already set that up. We're good to go there. Zero fuel weight 131.6. Does that match? Double checking. Yep, that matches. Cool. Reserves, we're going to do 4.1 according to the OFP. Let's see what our cost index is now. 26. Okay, significantly less than the 71 we got on the way here from Buffalo. Our cruise altitude is going to be 30,000 feet, flight level 300. Top of climb winds are going to be 280 at 9 or 1. So we'll throw that in there and we'll execute that performance. Cool. All right, and we will double check our panel stuff here. Throttle's idle, reverser stowed, speed brakes up, flaps up. Don't need to double check the fire stuff. I'm good there. Transponder, we are in TARA. We'll get a squawk code once we get our clearance, and we're looking good there. All right, let's go ahead and obtain our clearance from Midway Ground. And
Central Aircraft, information Foxtrot is now current, Midway altimeter 2943.
2943, all right. And we're just going to go on VPilot and click on the ATIS information, because I don't like listening to that auto voice. It is extraordinarily loud in my ears. So we have Foxtrot, and the winds are 27022, gust 33. They're still in using the 22s, which is fine. Good in use, landing deploy modems. Yep, aircraft should operate mode C. Yep. Turbojet departures maintain 250 knots until advised by ATC. Yep, that makes sense. VFR departures indicate type. We're not VFR, so we're fine there. All runway hold short. Yep, and we do have Foxtrot. Cool. So we have Foxtrot. Let's go ahead and get our clearance from ground, shall we? And Midway Ground, Southwest 1141, requesting IFR to Minneapolis.
Southwest 1141, clear to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport via Midway 7 departure, radar vectors pumpkin and as filed. Maintain 3000, expect flight level 34010 minutes after. Departure frequency is offline, squawk 5647.
Alright, cleared to Minneapolis, Midway 7 departure, radar vectors pumpkin, then is filed, maintain 3000, expect flight level 34010 minutes after departure, departure frequency offline, squawk 5647.
Southwest 1141, readback is correct. Advise information Foxtrot is current and pushes your discretion. Call for taxi.
Okay. Cool. So we're getting flight level 340 despite me reducing the cruise, which is just fine. It seems to be the altitude that they prefer for this route, so that's fine by me. We'll go ahead and get 3,000 in the altitude right here. Cool. 3,000, and we'll expect 340 10 minutes after. We'll go ahead and get our squawk code, which is 5647. Okay. Alright, our squawk code's in there. Cool. Excellent. And now, since we have that on our sides here, and pushback is our discretion, and we'll call for taxi. Sounds good. Alright, let's go to the FMC. Let's load this information in here. So we're going to departure, Midway 7, and we are departing from 22 left. Cool. Go to route, we'll activate that, execute that, and we're not going to go to the takeoff page quite yet, so we're going direct to Pumpkin, which is Papa Mike Papa Kilo November. And then from there, we're direct to Nido, November Echo Alpha Tango Oscar. And then from Nido, we're going to be direct Dillon, which is Delta Lima Lima Alpha November. And then Roanoke, Romeo Oscar November India Charlie. And then from Roanoke, we're direct Kama Kilo Alpha Mike Mike Alpha. And that is the beginning of our arrival. So we'll execute that and go to MSP arrivals here. We're going to double check the runways that are in use right now. The winds are lots of PIREPs blocking the way. So 310 at 22. So we'll expect runway 30 right for our arrival based off of the direction we're coming from. And we'll expect vectors as well. So let's do, we're on the, what arrival killer. Yeah, killer 3 arrival. And camo transition, cool. And ILS 30, right, cool. Execute. Let's go to legs. Verify we have no discontinuities. We do. GQ to SAMs, we'll execute that. And we are looking good. Cool, so our legs page is good, our route page is good, we have our performance, and now that we have a runway, we can go to the N1 limit. Let's go to our EFB, do our performance tool, and we are at midway. So takeoff, we're doing 22 left here. Alright, cool. Aircraft, will import the information from aircraft. We have a CG 2639. Yep, the weight matches, the CG matches, everything's good. And we'll import the weather. Cool. And we'll calculate. And we are looking at flaps 5 takeoff, 96.2 on the takeoff percentage. And we are not doing a D rate, so we're just doing the normal takeoff setting right here, which should be a little bit lower than that. Let's see what we're getting here. We're going to ignore that unable message right there. Go to performance and knit, make sure everything matches. It does. And one limit, that's an interesting D rate. Oh, actually, I'm a moron. Where's the selection? Yeah, temperature, 35. Okay, there we go. Now we're at 96.5. Now this is making more sense. Oh, man. So we're doing a flaps 5 takeoff. Cool. Verify 137, 139. It's roughly the same, close enough. And 146 on V2. Let's go ahead and put that in. Why not? And the takeoff trim is 4.47, so let's make sure that that's roughly about there. Yeah, roughly in the middle. I'm good with that. And we have our takeoff info in there, and we have everything we need as far as I'm concerned. Go to our legs page. Alright, so we're all set. Cool. Now we're going to get ourselves ready for pushback. Yaw dampers off. Let's go ahead and throw on our fuel pumps. Nothing in the center tank, so those pumps can stay off. We'll go to the Gen 1 page for when we get our engine generators on. Cool. Fasten seatbelt sign should have been on this whole time. That's my bad. Terrible flows on my part. Window heat stays on. Probe heat off. Anti-ice off. We'll turn on the hydraulic pumps so we can check flight controls. And we're going to go ahead and throw the packs off. The ISOL valve is open. APU bleed is on. Let's get that beacon on, and let's start getting this aircraft ready for pushback. Go to the menu, FS Actions, Ground Services. Actually, let's shut the door first. We'll say our passengers are loaded and ready to go. Cool. We'll get the jetway out of here. Alright, and we are going to want our nose to the left, so let's go to the pushback page, and, yep, standard L, left, we'll get a tug in here, cool, and verify parking brake is on, which it is this time, because we are doing a turnaround.
Go ahead. We've been cleared for pushback and start. They want the tail to our right. Copy that, ready to push. Tail to the right. Parking brakes released, please.
Brakes released.
Brakes released.
And we'll turn the flight directors off so we can recycle those.
Brakes released, here we go.
Alright, so we are pushing back, and we are, I probably should have checked beforehand that we're not going to hit anyone, but we're not, we're good to go there, that's fine. Cool. Alright, and we have enough space, let's go ahead and get our engines started, shall we? Engine number 2 is going into ground, and we'll watch N2 climb, which N2 is rising, look at that. And we're 25% N2, introducing fuel. Oil pressure is rising, oil temp is rising, everything is in normal range. EGT is coming up, also in normal range. We're looking good there.
Pushback complete. Parking brake set.
And brake set.
Brake set. Steering pin is pulled. Watch for the salute and release from guidance on your right. Have a good flight.
Alright, and cool, looking good there. Engine number 1 is going into ground.
And midway ground, Delta 14 getting back. Sorry about that. We're about to push it.
Delta 1480, push onto Yankees approved, face left.
From the Yankee face left, Delta 14.
And 25% N2, we are introducing fuel. Oil pressure is rising and in normal range. Oil temp rising, normal range. And EGT is coming up, also normal range. Good to go. Negative hot start, it looks like, so we should be good there. Look at that. Our engines are working beautifully. Alright, we have 2 good engine starts. Our engines are in fact stable, so let's go ahead and do our flows. Yaw damper is going to come on. Our fuel pumps are on Gen 1. Let's get those engine generators on. We have a indication of charge up here on the panel. That's good. We're going to come down. Fasten seatbelt signs are on. Probe heats are coming on. We don't need anti-ice. We are pretty warm here at midway, so that's good. The hydraulic pumps are on. Excellent. We'll go ahead and get our packs back on. The ISOL valve to auto, and APU bleeds coming off, and our APU can come off. Going to double check up here in the upper panel, upper panel, if you will. Cool. Looking good there. We're going to go brakes to RTO, flaps to 5. We're going to check our flight controls again, just to make sure. Alright, full right looks good. Full left looks good. Elevator full forward, elevator full aft, rudder full right, and for left. Flight controls are free and correct. So let's go back to our engine page and monitor. We are configured for takeoff. We're looking pretty good. Alright. Go to our legs page, and we are just about ready to taxi. Cool. And let's go ahead and make our radio call. And I should have the iPad on the side that my dominant hand can fly. Or write, I mean not fly. I can write, cool. And midway ground, Southwest 1141, gate Bravo 14, ready to taxi.
Southwest 1141, stand by. Delta 1480, you pushed back the wrong way until you left.
Yeah, I told you that Southwest decided to fight me on that. I'll see if I can flip around on the apron. Okay.
Delta 1480, roger. So 1141, runway 22 left, taxi by Tango Yankee, caution the Delta 8350 pushing back on me.
Alright, runway 22 left, taxi via Tango Yankee, and we'll look out for traffic, Southwest 1141. Alright, so we have an A350 at midway, which is unheard of. Very strange aircraft to have at midway. Verify taxi light is on. That it is good. And not only that, but he also pushed back facing the wrong way, so it's a pretty clear indicator that he might be a hair clueless. We have our airport diagram, so we're just taking Tango Yankee to runway 22 left, not too difficult. We'll just make sure we're watching carefully. And so the A350 pushed back onto Yankee facing the wrong direction, so we're probably going to have to give way to that aircraft and let him figure out how he's going to get reoriented to properly taxi to runway 22 left. Cool. Just double checking that we're clear of the gates on Tango, which we are. And we're not crossing any runways, so I don't have to worry about landing lights and strobes 8,000 times on taxi like I typically do. We're going to take a peek to the right here and see if we see the traffic we're looking out for, which I do in fact see. And he does show up as a heavy, and he's facing the wrong way, so we're just going to taxi really slowly here. And let him get himself oriented.
And Delta 14, actually looks like we're not going to have enough room to turn around if we get Yankee 6.
Delta 1480, roger. Runway 22 left at Yankee 6 group.
Left Yankee 6.
Okay, Yankee 6, where's that? Okay, so he's going to use...
Southwest 1141, continue down on Yankee for 22 left.
Alright, continue on Yankee for 22 left, Southwest 1141. Okay, he wants us to continue. We'll do so slowly, just so we don't meet up with each other too quickly. And he's stopping.
Delta 1480, contact tower 135.2.
Tower 135.2.
Southwest 1141, contact tower 135.2.
135.2, Southwest 1141. We'll see ya. Okay, I'm gonna give this guy some space. I don't know what's happening here.
They're targeting Delta 14, holding
Delta 1480 tower, runway 22 left, clear for takeoff. Turn right, heading 250.
let's take off and right turn 220 for Delta.
250.
Right turn 250.
Apologies, right turn 250.
Okay, so we'll turn our flight directors back on. Cool. They are recycled, and we're getting information. That's good. Cool. And Midway Tower, Southwest 1141, number 2, short of 22 left, ready for departure.
Southwest 1141 tower with 27022, gust 33 caution, wake turbulence, runway 22 left, line point.
Runway 22 left, line up and wait, Southwest 1141. I almost said something very strange there. So we got the line up and wait clearance, so the landing lights and runway turnoffs are coming on, our strobe lights are coming on. And we're making sure we get full length here. Alright. Get lined up here. Oh wow. He made it in the air. Very unique aircraft to take here. For sure. Alright, we're lining up. And then once we hear word from tower, we will advance throttles to 40.
Delta 1480, Chicago departures offline for exchange for 2. So it's 1141, it's going to be about 2.5 minutes for wake turbulence.
Alright, roger that, Southwest 1141. Okay, so he's keeping us short for wake turbulence, which is just fine because we don't want to run into a heavy aircraft's wake turbulence. That is probably the worst thing you could hit. And we are on a 737, but an A350 is certainly enough to absolutely throttle us, so we're going to wait it out. But we're on the runway and we're about ready to go. We're going to have a crosswind from the right side, so when we are ready to go, we are going to have full right aileron. And walk that out as we pick up more forward relative wind. And then we'll have a nice takeoff. And why don't we go ahead and get our heading selection in here and our level change as well. And our flight directors are operating, so that's good.
Southwest 1141, turn right heading 250 and 22 left for takeoff.
Right 250, runway 22 left, clear for takeoff, Southwest 1141. Alright, so right 250, which we already got in our heading indicator, which is good. And engines are stable, let's go Toga. And releasing the brakes. And we're getting that right aileron in there for our crosswind. Cross check. Alright, we're picking up speed, so we'll walk that aileron out just a little bit. Rotate. Oh, that wind is really fighting us here. Gear up. Okay, and we're going 20 knots nose up. And we'll make our right turn. And we'll turn our autopilot on just to be sure.
Southwest 1141, Chicago departures offline, frequency change approved, have a good flight.
And frequency change approved, Southwest 1141, have a good day. Alright, so we're going en route, which is 122.8. And we will get our flaps up as we pick up speed. And flaps can go completely up. Our gear is up, so auto brake is coming off, and our gear lever switch is going to off as well. And we'll make sure we're maintaining 250 knots, and I'm going to pull up VATSIM radar just to make sure we're not going to run into anyone. We do have Delta 1480 ahead of us currently. And he is climbing through 11,000 feet, so let's go ahead and climb up to our cruise of flight level 340. Cool, 340. And
whoever was calling Midway Tower, I don't see you on my scope, and I won't be able to control you because I'm
going direct
tower,
pumpkin, and we'll get our
final.
VNav and our LNav profile going. Cool. Unable 200 knot, 280 at CMAC, that's fine. We'll go ahead and clear that message.
05, I see you now. There's recycle transponders, block 6771, you can still call me in that final.
Alright, so we're going to further clear ourselves in altitude. We are out of the way of any traffic. We're going to monitor Delta 1480 closely, the A350, seeing as how they are a heavy We want to stay out of their wake turbulence, and we also don't want to accidentally overtake them when we don't need to, so we'll just watch that. Alright, now we're looking good. We are climbing again. We are now direct pumpkin, which is good, and gonna see if everything up here looks good for now. It does. I like it. Alright, we're going to go ahead and heading sync once we fully roll out, which it looks like is right about there. There we go, got the heading sync right there. We have pretty much a direct crosswind currently at 55 knots, so our wind correction angle is about a little over 10 to maybe 11 degrees or so. And then once we start... as our route progresses, we're going to start getting more into a headwind than anything, so let's prepare for that. Did I select an arrival? Just verify. Yeah, okay, yeah, I remember now. We did the arrival for 30 right, because that's the runway we're expecting. It is possible to change over to 30 left. I might want to land 30 left so I don't land directly behind this heavy. Ground speed 303. Okay, so we are going a little bit slower than the heavy, which is good. I want him to get ahead of me a little bit. Not too shabby. Alright. And we're on 122.8. Nope, no we're not. We're on 8.5. That's unfortunate. There we go, 122.800. Alright. So we are above 10,000 feet. We'll turn our landing lights off and our runway turnoffs and taxi. Good. Strobes can stay on. We are okay there. Everything else is looking a-okay. Monitoring engine gauges through the climb. They're all in normal range. We're looking good there. And I'm going to go ahead and take a look at our climb speed. So 309.74, that's good with me. I like that. Our target speed for cruise is 0.74. For the purpose of this flight, since it is shorter, I'm going to stick to it, the 0.74. I think that's a good cruise speed. And our descent is 0.73268. Cool. Alright, I am with it. Our VNAV profile is looking a little more normal, with a cost index of 26. Let's zoom out on the MFD. Alright, and 18,000 feet. Altimeter is going to standard. And our crosswind is increasing a good chunk. We're looking more like 13 knots of crosswind correction. No, not knots, 13 degrees of crosswind correction. And no need for any anti-ice because we do not have visible moisture at all within our vicinity. Oh, and... huh. Chicago Approach just signed on as I'm climbing above their airspace. Dang, that would have been cool if we got a full departure. Oh well. It is what it is. Maybe we'll get lucky and Minneapolis will sign on at some point later throughout our flight. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. That crosswind is becoming very aggressive. We are almost at 15 degrees of correction now. We're going direct from Pumpkin to Nido. One thing I wanted to do that I totally forgot to do was check my circle to land path at Midway to see just how that looked. Wish I could have seen it. I wanted to actually check that for myself so bad to see how it looked. Then I forgot. Unfortunate. Alright, we're about 10,000 to our cruise altitude. And since we don't have any ATC on the line right now, going into Minneapolis, I'll just get the CTAF frequency on standby so we're ready to go and we can stay ahead. And we are looking at 126.7 for Minneapolis CTAF. Cool, 126.7 is on standby. And Southwest 1480, that A350 ahead of us, is going a little slow. We're almost at their cruise altitude. We'll just have to keep monitoring them on the VATSIM radar and adjust our speed accordingly. Delta 1480, Juan. Nope, he's actually still on the tower frequency for Midway. That's, uh-oh. So now I can't ask him what his cruise speed is going to be, and I can't, Okay, we're going to do a little speed intervention here, and we're going to slow this aircraft down in the climb because the traffic ahead of us is in sight and they're also not on the correct frequency. Got traffic in sight right here. Just gotta watch carefully here. Oh, did he switch? No, he did not. I need him on 122.8. I need to know what his cruise speed is going to be. Okay, I did manage to slow down, and now he is going a few knots faster than me. So that's good. Oh. Oh, you know what? The FMC has us going to 30,000. I thought changing it in the auto, in the panel, would change it, but whatever. We'll clear that message. Huh. Yeah, brother is still on midway tower frequency. Fun. There we go. Now we're going up to 34,000. That's where we want to be. I just sent him a message asking him to change to 1228. Hey, there we are. I'm just curious. What's your cruise speed so I can be slower than you? I don't want to overtake you.
I'm going Mach 0.78 right now.
Alright, roger that. We'll do a 0.77 or less. Alright, so let's go ahead to our FMC right here, and we will cruise. We're going to do, well, we'll take out the speed intervention since our altitude is almost there, and we're going to do 0.77 on the dot for the cruise speed, execute that, and that should be our cruise page right there. Yep, 0.77. There we go. Awesome. I don't know what it's doing. Yeah, it's got to go up to 34,000. Alright, neat. So we're going to cruise at Mach 0.77, which is good. we're about 500 feet from our cruise altitude, but it's slowing down and it's climbing at a couple hundred feet per minute. Very strange. I think the aircraft is trying to pick up speed. There it is. Alright. So we're capturing the Mach 0.78 the aircraft wants to climb at. Now our climb rate is increasing and we'll get up to 34,000 feet. Oh, and you know what? I just remembered that the cruise was going to be 0.74, so let's do 0.75 on cruise. I totally forgot that there was a slower cruise due to the cost index. So we would have been fine anyway as far as spacing from the A350. Oh well. Alright. Well, I do have the A350 in sight. We're doing good on our path. And we're at cruise altitude. And flight's looking pretty smooth, no turbulence. We'll go ahead and turn those fasten seatbelt signs off for now, and we will monitor the air as we go. Alright. So we're in cruise. Let's sit back, relax, looking at about a 20-minute cruise or so before we begin descending into our arrival. And we'll actually, let's verify that. Okay, yeah, we're looking at about 25 minutes of cruise, maybe 30 minutes, and then we will begin descending into Minneapolis. Alright, cool. Sit back, enjoy, and we'll come back to it on descent. Alrighty, top of descent is starting to come up relatively shortly, so we're going to pick up a weather report from MSP. Cool. Winds are 310 at 22, gust 38, so we're looking at a gust factor of 16 knots, so we're going to have to be very careful coming in once we get our VREF speed, and add about 8 knots to that. Okay, so peak wind was 39 at 330, good. Very, very windy at MSP. This is going to be a really fun approach. So we're going to look at our arrival here real quick. We are... Oh, nope. MSP. There we go. We are on the Killer 3 arrival. And we're going to read the notes. So turbojet aircraft maintain... Oh, descend via Mach number until intercepting 280 and then maintain 280. Good. We will actually set that in the descent profile here. We're going to slant 280 it there because that is the procedure on the arrival. We'll execute that. Won't descend yet though. Cool. So we have our speed set. Reading the notes here, everything's good. And we are expecting to land runway 30 right. And we're going to go to, trying to figure out, oh yeah, we're going to Stewie here and then GQ. So we're going this way, and the bottom of that is 7,000 feet. We're going to be 210 knots at GQ, and we will likely intercept the final approach course from there. Let's go to the approach, and let's get ourselves loaded up and ready to go. So we're doing the ILS localizer 30 right here. The ILS frequency is 110.7, so we'll get that in nav 1. 110.7 in nav 2 as well. Go to our radio stacks, verify that they're in both sides. Yep, 110.7. Cool. The approach course, we're looking at 301. All right. 301. And the approach course is set. Cool. We're going to 3,000 at Jacko. So Jacko is the final approach fix. We're going to vector ourselves there. So from the 7,000 at GQ, we're going to descend down to 3,000 and intercept the final approach course. We are looking at visual conditions. 4,400 scattered layer, so that's not too bad. 10 miles of visibility. We should be visual for this approach. Cool. And the minimums are 1072, so let's go ahead and set that. Do 1072 for minimums, cool. And lastly, let's go to our performance tool, and we're going to land 30 right, MSP. Nope. There we go, 30 right. Excellent. We'll import the aircraft details. Good. And we'll import the weather as well. All right, calculate. So our required landing distance is 4802. That sounds about right. Our VREF is going to be 143. That sounds about right as well. So let's go to index, approach, and what flaps setting are we on? Let's do flaps 30. Sorry about that. VREF is going to be 150 at flaps 30, 5191 on the landing distance. That's fine. So flaps 30, 150. Let's go ahead 30/150. Good. All right, so we have a VREF speed set for us, and that's nice. Our top of descent is about 40 nautical miles out, so we're going to be ready for that very, very shortly. Let's go back to our page and pull up our arrival. Arrival, Killer 3. And we are looking good. All right. We are just about set up for the approach. Our top of descent is coming very shortly, so we'll go up and we'll put those fasten seatbelt signs to on. And give it a quick little heading sync. And we're going to check if any ATC is online for Minneapolis, and it does not appear that they are. Oh, interesting, that Delta flight, something happened to their track. And now we're kind of right on them. What is going on here? Interesting. So our A350 did something really, really weird. Made an S-turn where an S-turn did not need to be made. Seems like he's going to be crossing in front of us for some reason. I don't really know. Ooh, excuse me. Not entirely sure what's happening here. Is he re-intercepting the arrival? What is actually happening here? Huh. Interesting. This A350 ahead of us seems to be a little bit on the lost side, so... Okay. But he's still going faster than us, so he should be able to kind of get ahead of us and space himself from us here. I'm not sure what he's doing here. It's a weird little S-turn to make. Okay, alright, well, we're coming up on our top of descent, so we're just going to descend now. And we'll execute that. Oh, I'm a moron. I forgot to reduce the altitude. Man, I was doing so well with that too. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to redo VNAV here. Reset it. There we go. And then we should have a descent started. Cool. And we're going to go below the descent profile, which is fine for now. We're going to catch up with it relatively quickly. Ooh, that was... Ooh. The wind's just randomly loading in and causing a non-existent wind shear. Good thing our fasten seatbelt signs were already on. Okay. Oh, that's fun. Off-schedule descent. Yeah, that's... Oh, you know what? I forgot to set this. Oh, no. Yeah, this is why you got to, do your flows properly. I completely negated this pressurization panel, which is not the greatest thing to do. But our cabin pressure is, you know, in a safe range, and now we're descending, so it's should only get better from there. Huh. I just realized now that I've never truly you know, hopped right into another flight from a turnaround state. I've always had to reload because my sim doesn't like to, you know, it doesn't like to keep its frames. Every time I try and quick turn or load from a turnaround state, it always frame drops. It always, I've had a desktop crash before, so I've always had to reload, but I've discovered that the PMDG 737, it doesn't crash, it doesn't do anything crazy, so I'm not used to just turning and burning, and I skipped a major step in the pressurization, so off-scheduled descent. That's really unfortunate. Alright. But again, cabin pressure is good, it's safe. Cabin climb, we're descending, that's okay. Oops. Gonna verify that the temperature is looking good. It is. It's about 70 degrees. 68. Yep, so everything is still normal, just an off-schedule descent because I failed to properly set the pressurization panel. That could have been really bad. And that is what checklists are for. So we intercepted 280 knots, and that's what we're going to, the speed we're going to descend at all the way down the arrival. Seems like this A350 got himself reoriented just fine. But now he's kind of close to us. Trying to look all around us to see if we can pick him up. Which I do not have him. Huh. Very strange. Huh. Well, alrighty then. Midway ground and tower already signed off, but Chicago approach is still online, so that's pretty cool for them anyway. So now we've intercepted our actual VNAV profile. Should pick up an altimeter setting from MSP, so let's go back to the weather here. See if it updated, which it did. So we're 22 gust 31, so now we're looking at about a 9 knots, so we really only have to add about 5 knots to our final approach speed, assuming the gusts don't get heavier out of nowhere. So the altimeter is 2971. We'll get that loaded on standby since we are in a descent now. 2971, excellent. I seem to have lost that traffic ahead of me, that A350, despite it being like a massive airliner. Okay. I'm gonna look around one more time, make sure I actually can't see him. Just looks like it. What altitude is he at? He's at 22,000, I'm at 24, so he's a little bit below me. Very strange. Oh well. Alright, so now we're starting to get somewhere on our arrival. We will zoom in just a little bit on the PFD, 40-mile range, so we can see more in detail. We want to be at 14,000 or above by CMAC here. That's what I'm calling it. And we're definitely going to be above that. Descent profile is looking really good. Our speed is looking really good. I still don't know what this A350 is doing. We're just continuously watching as we go. I do believe he's lower than us. Yeah, he's lower than us. He's also a little bit slower, so I'm trying to... I don't see him either, to be honest with you. Is he, like, right in front of us, or what's going on here? Yeah, I just don't have him in sight. Very unfortunate. Okay. He's about 2,000 feet below us, and I want to say that's only about 5 to 10 miles too. Not the biggest fan of that, but we'll monitor closely. Okay, we're below 18,000 feet, so the altimeter is coming off of standard. Pretty big altitude jump there. VNAV profile changed with it as well. Alright, so we're coming up on 10,000 feet, so the landing lights are going to come on. The runway turn-off lights are also going to come on in just a second. Cool. Let's do landing, runway turn-off. Taxi light, yeah, we'll turn that on as well. We'll get the... It's actually good for now. Let's advise flight attendants of final descent. Cool. They have been advised we are... total air temperature is -1 degrees Celsius, and we are descending. I'm not too concerned about icing right now. We'll see what the total air temperature is when we actually go through these clouds. If it is above freezing, we should be just fine thanks to friction. And I still don't have this A350 in sight. Although he did manage to get a little more distance ahead of us, so that should be fine. If anything, we'll just really slow down on our final approach speed and everything so we can avoid having to go around. So we're looking good at this arrival. We're going to be turning to Stewie and then GQ relatively soon. So let's pull up the approach we want, which is 30 right. And of course it just randomly goes to the home page up there. Cool. Navigator charts. Alright, so GQ, we have about 10.5 miles to descend down to 4,000 by the time we get to Sam's, which is fine. That should be plenty. And still no ATC online for Minneapolis, so we will be in charge of our own separation. And 1,000 to go to 7,000. In a good old heading sync. And then we should slow down to 210 by the time we get to GQ. And to make sure that on the legs page that is listed, yes it is. So the aircraft should want to slow down to 210 as we're between these two waypoints, which it does. We're doing good there. Alright, let's go ahead and reduce the altitude on the autopilot to 4,000, as that is the beginning of the ILS, and we will likely intercept it from there. And we're close enough to Minneapolis. We'll go to Minneapolis CTAF, which is 126.7. And I'm going to assume the heavy is going for 30 left because the runway's longer. I do actually finally have him in sight. I see his lights now. And he's plenty of distance away from us, so that's good. Alright, Alright, 10 miles from Sam's, and we should be down to 4,000, no problem. Into 41 knot crosswind at 6,500, so yeah, these winds are definitely howling pretty good. Alright, we're direct Sam's, we're going down to 4,000, and in a couple of miles I will be hitting approach mode. And it does look as if the A350 is in fact going for 30 left, which is good. Looks like we have traffic on our right side, an A350 coming, and he's going to intercept final pretty close to us, so that's interesting. Alright. Alright, so 210, we're going to go ahead and drop the slats, flaps 1. We're going to get ourselves prepared to land here. We do have a localizer and glide slope coming in. Our white diamonds are there, so we are going to arm the approach mode and hit Command B. Please excuse me. So both autopilot commands are on, so we have a dual channel ILS. That's good. We are descending kind of through a wispy layer here, so the runways are kind of hard to see. So we will deal with that as need be. Okay. We do have an A350 that looks like it's about to turn right on top of us. Yeah, I'm not sure anymore, to be honest with you. Okay, we're just going to roll with it for now. Approach mode is armed, that's good. Glide slope's coming in. We're going 180 knots, which is good. We'll speed intervention, go down to 180. Flaps are down to 5. We're going to drop the gear as we're intercepting the glide slope. Minneapolis traffic, Southwest 1141 is crossing over Sam's inbound, ILS 30 right, Minneapolis. Okay. Cool, so the gear is down, 3 greens down here, 3 greens up top, cool. We're going to go flaps 15 and we're going to slow down to 160. And we're within 10 mile final, so we'll reduce our MFD to 10 mile view. And we'll heading sync, just in case we have to go around. I'm a little concerned about that A350 that's crossing over behind us, but that's fine. It looks like he's also going for the left side, so we may be okay. Alright, so we're about 7 miles right there, so we'll go flaps 25. We'll keep the speed at 160. Okay, yep, that A350 that crossed over us is going for the left side, but boy, was that really a close vector for that, so. Alright, so we are on final for 30 right, and we are visual. We will take over by hand very shortly. And our VREF is 150, so we'll go there. Minneapolis traffic, Southwest 1141, 5 mile final, runway 30 right, Minneapolis. I'll turn it on now, why not? Alright, VREF 150, we are flaps 30. Auto brake is going to 3, it was kind of late on that, oops. And the speed brake is armed, good.
1,000.
And we'll stay on autopilot for now since the winds are pretty rough. Don't want to get off course here. Oh yeah, a little bit bumpy coming in.
Traffic. Traffic.
Alright, auto throttle is off. And we're 500, so we'll take it by hand from here. Try and keep it as stable as possible. We are getting bumped around just a little bit, nothing too crazy actually, but so the gust factor must be kind of leaning off a little bit. Don't want to get too high.
Approaching minimums.
And it is pretty much right down the runway, so that's kind of helping us, and we're going to continue.
300.
Those trees don't exist. Ooh, we just hit wind shear. Wow, that was wind shear right there if I've ever seen it. Okay.
20.
And we're just going to nice and firm up, kind of bounced a little bit. Just ease that nose down. There we go. Alright, 80 knots, reverser's coming out. Speed brakes can also get disarmed, and our auto brake is off as well. Alright. Let's go ahead and start that APU. Okay. And we'll start retracting flaps. Auto brake is coming off. Landing lights and turn off lights are off. And strobe lights off. Minneapolis traffic, Southwest 1141 is clear of 30 right. We are taking Papa Charlie to Terminal 2, Minneapolis. Okay, and we're taking Papa Charlie. We'll pull up the airport diagram here. We're going to Hotel 13. And we'll pass Delta, since there's a lot of Delta aircrafts at the gates right now, so we'll let them have Delta, and we will go on to Charlie. And that A350 is landing 30 left, so we're going to keep an eye out for them as we're trying to cross the runway. Okay, there was a Delta calling from outbound, that's good. Looks like that A350 is about to land. Coming up on the runway, so we're going to look both ways. Not entirely sure where that landing traffic is currently. So let's slow down just to make sure. Oh, he should be right about here. Oh, okay, I see him. Yep, we're out of his way. Good. And there is no more traffic for 30 left, so we'll get our runway turnoffs and landing lights on. Okay. Minneapolis traffic, Southwest 1141 is crossing runway 30 left on Charlie, Minneapolis. And we'll bump up that speed a little bit. Alright, and the AI traffic seems to be loading up Terminal 2, so I doubt I'm getting the gate that I want to go to. So landing lights off, strobe lights off. Minneapolis traffic, Southwest 1141, clear of all runways, taking Charlie to Terminal 2, Minneapolis. Cool. Alright. Gate Hotel 13. Is pretty much at this end, and I do believe it's taken over here. Does kind of look like it. Oh, maybe not actually. Might be lucky. Or that might be our gate right there that we wanted. Yeah, that looks like Hotel 14 that's sticking out. Or... no, that's... okay, yeah, that's Singapore, I do believe, is in our gate. So we're going to go to the next one over, Hotel 12. Kind of passed by Delta here. Didn't want to do that, but here we are. Alright, so flaps are all up, our APU is on, correct? Yep, their generator is available, so we'll just switch to that now. And we'll get the APU bleed on so we can get passengers comfortable. And we totally passed by that first gate, so I guess we're doing Hotel 11. And we'll go to the outside view. Slow this plane down, we're kind of cruising a little bit. Stop on the 737 line. Oh, that was a little early. Alright, and... good enough. Alright, cool. So, we're going to go ahead and set the parking brake. We're going to cut off the engines. Our fasten seatbelt signs can come off. Cool. And we are below 20% N1, so the beacon is coming off. Yaw damper can come off. Our fuel pumps can come off except for left forward for the APU. We have APU gen, and we are indicating positive charge. That's good. Seatbelt signs are off. Cool. Window heats can come off since we are parking for good. Probe heats off. Hydraulic pumps are coming off. Cool. And our packs, the ISOL valve can go open because we're on the ground. And we'll turn off our engine bleeds. Alright, cool. And we are in a turnaround state. Let's go ahead and get the jet bridge pulled up to the aircraft. Set the chocks first. And we'll get the jetway and confirm that it is being pulled up to the aircraft. It is. Cool. And we'll go and open our door. And there we have it. Alright, so that was a nice little two-leg flight right there. Buffalo to Midway, Midway to Minneapolis. Very, very windy everywhere. The further we got into our flights, the windier it got. Our circle to land at Midway was really fun. I took that entire thing by hand, and it turned out well. Landed a little bit left to center line, but you live and you learn. I just realized the taxi light is still on. Let's get that off. Cool. But, yep, and then coming into Minneapolis, the approach was very stable. We got a little bit of low, and we hit a little bit of wind shear right there. Our airspeed dropped about 10 to 15 knots on very short final there. That's kind of scary when that happens that low, but you definitely got to prepare for it. So yeah, definitely didn't keep as much extra airspeed as we should have given the gust factor. That's why that airspeed loss was so detrimental to our glide slope. But we smoothed it out, we rounded out, we landed a little bit on the firm side, but not too bad. It's a pretty standard landing, and here we are at Minneapolis. That's all I got for today. Not sure when I'm streaming next or what we're doing. Hopefully Flight Sim 2024, the sim update finally releases here soon, and we will get back into our career mode and try to advance there. If not, we're just going to continue with VATSIM, Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, and do what we do best. Yeah. Thanks to anyone who joined in. I got 7 views. That's pretty unique to any stream I've ever done. And thanks to anyone who watches in the future. If you have anything you want to see, any flights you want me to do, or any type of thing you want to learn, let me know. I can make those videos happen. Just leave a comment. And alright. Take care. Have a good night. And we'll see you.